In the clown show of the market where the trading candles glow, we gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family. I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
Hump Day, yeah!
Good morning, crew. I run a little bit late this morning. We have yet another meeting with the pool people. I showed up bright and early here with the paver stone foreman to go over some fine details. I was called away, but they are gone. They're going to be returning until Friday. Guess that another week's delay, but that's okay. If they show up Friday, we'll be pleased. But my appointments are finished for the day. I need a day off anyhow, Dynamite. I've dedicated 5 days of my time to that damn lawn sprinkler pump, replumbing it, redoing all sorts of cutting and gluing, only to find out that it has an internal seal on it that has failed, and that's what's been leaking all this time. So I'm into this thing for $100 in parts and 5 days of my time chasing down various ghosts, and it was a $13 internal ceramic and rubber seal. Yeah, GrayLeaf sometimes diagnosing the problem is the biggest part of the repair.
Morning, Power. How are you, sir?
Doing well. How are you, Sloppy?
Just figured I'd jump in, check on you. Any kind of news? I hadn't really been on anything this morning.
Late yesterday evening, Trump did some sort of an impromptu press conference, or I don't know. There were breaking news that he stated publicly he's not going to be asking for the resignation or making any attempts to remove Jerome Powell. So I think the market's like that. And
I didn't know that.
Also, yeah, well, you asked. So, and then that was one thing, and then the other was the rumor swirling that he has a meeting set up for Xi Jinping for China in May, and that behind the scenes there's the Chinese are coming around to the idea of some tariffs. Trump made an announcement that it won't be 145%, but it won't go back to zero as before. I guess he kind of did a public offering of olive branch, if you will. uh, expressing his willingness to meet somewhere in the middle, which is going to allow the Chinese to save face. So it looks like that may come to a peaceful resolution, and I think all those things come together to encourage the markets. That's my take on it, anyhow.
Yeah, he can't. Trump could only be so forceful with China, or they'd just be like, they would care. They would care if they imploded. They'd go to war before they would bend it.
Let's march it. Let's march. Let's march. March it straight down and march up. March it.
Hey, y'all have a good morning. I got to jump off here.
All right, man. Have a good day. Some of you may remember the story I told about a year ago about my son rear-ending me at a stoplight in old Big Red, my truck. Fortunately, I had a big hitch. I leave a hitch on the back of my truck for just this sort of occasion, but his little Toyota Solara that we bought him, a little convertible, was a little less, it was worse for the wear. So it's been parked in the driveway for the better part of a year waiting for me to get a burst of energy. Yesterday, I had just such an occasion. So I tore into that yesterday. I managed to remove all of the bad parts with the exception of the hood. I don't want to take the hood off of it until a new hood arrives so the engine doesn't get rained on. But I posted some photos in Pop-Up Max Discord, general, that little process. I failed. I had all the parts that I'd removed scattered out on the driveway, and I failed to take a picture of all of those before I put them in storage. I don't have any intention to get rid of the bent parts until the new ones are here. But I did manage to, and I had a few helpers. This is Pirate's favorite cat. Always involved in everything. I've never seen a little cat. She's fearless. She's unafraid of jackhammers, chainsaws, circular saws, sledgehammers. She just don't give a damn. She was there throughout the entire process. Yeah, you can see where the hitch, when he hit me, my hitch did a really good job. It shoved his entire, I had to pick the bumper up out of the street, big plastic bumper cover, and the valance, and all of that. He got really fortunate though. It took out the radiator and the transmission cooler. But didn't hurt the headlights, didn't hurt the fenders. I managed, in about 3 hours, I managed to have all of the bent stuff unbolted. The very bottom piece is the piece that the radiator rests on, and that's welded on, and I think I'm going to be able to encourage that a little bit more with a sledgehammer. No, dynamite, the AC condenser's fine, the compressor's fine, power steering pump. It came within an inch. It shoved everything in, and there was an inch of gap between the front of the engine and all your critical components. So they tried to put the blame on me by saying that if I hadn't had the hitch on my truck, that it wouldn't have been as dramatic. Imagine that somehow or another he rams me in the ass, but I'm the bad guy because I have a hitch on. Yeah, so she's ready for the new parts to be bolted on. That picture right there, you can see the very bottom. That's that black bar at the bottom is where the radiator. There's two pockets that are cut in the top of that, and the radiator comes with rubber-mounted bushings. But it's going to be a little money in the junkyard trips. We're trying to find a donor car right now. Hood is $500. Found a used radiator for $65, and so I bought myself some more time. I'm not in charge of parts. That's Mrs. Pirate and the boys. I've told them that some of these junkyards down here, they have what's called a Johnny U-Pull-It, where you have to take the part off of the car. But if they can find me a donor car, I've agreed to leave Camelot and go help pull some of the parts off. So we made some progress on that. Mrs. Pirate's given me 3 kinds of hell because I forgot to put a drip pan underneath it. And when I unhooked the transmission cooler, of course, when we had the accident, most of the transmission fluid came out on the ground and the antifreeze. But there was a little bit of residual left in the lines. It ended up on her cobblestone, so now I'm going to have to pressure wash and all that. So, but it was a good use of some nervous energy. Thanks for sharing those with the class, GrayLeaf. Mrs. Pirate and her cat are supervising.
think good when they can get out here, but they're actually worse than it.
Yeah, GrayLeaf, that's exactly why I leave that. I failed you. I should have taken a picture of the hitch, but it's not your garden variety little inch and 7/8 chrome ball. It's a real big, what they call a military pennel hitch, and it has multiple balls on it, and there's a big mounting plate. So it's an ad hoc, or it's essentially a battering ram. And my truck didn't get so much as a scratch on the bumper. Not the first time that's happened. 20 years ago when I was in business, I got rear-ended at a stoplight, and the guy impaled himself so hard that it was stuck on the truck. The police officer, he let me leave. We exchanged information, and he said, "You're free to go if you want." The guy was like, "How are you going to get it off of there?" And the cop told him the same day he got it on there, he's just going to jerk it off. So I threw her in drive and had him sit in his truck, hold his foot on the brake, and I just snatched it off. Of course, it pulled some of the stuff off the front of his car, but I highly recommend leaving your hitch in the back of your truck if your garage space will allow your door to close and all that.
Shark bait! Ooh ha ha!
Heart skipped a beat there at the opening bell. We got that green candle for AMC. Jumped up there and kissed that 280 mark, 283. I thought we might be off to the races this morning, but alas, it was not to be. Right back down into the Prairie range. Yeah, after I heard myself say that, Maze, I thought for sure that would trigger Yucca to come in early. How he let that slide. But, I think he's having breakfast and he has to take his little girl to school, so he missed his chance on that one. Yeah, it was a bad day. We were in stop and go traffic. They'd actually taken my truck to go pick up some appliances that were practically free. I mean, really nice stuff that were coming out of a condo on the beach. It was being remodeled in Destin. So my oldest and the missus took old Red, and at that point in time I had an alternator that was sketchy, and it finally took a shit, and the truck ran off the batteries as long as it could, and it left them sitting on the side of the road. So they called me, hey, we're broke down. I jumped in the car, grabbed some tools, went to Walmart, grabbed a couple batteries, came to the rescue. I even made a joke out, but I pulled up. I said, time me. I changed those 2 batteries out in short order on the side of the road. Of course, it cranked right up, and I knew that those brand new batteries would provide enough electricity for that diesel engine to at least get us home, so I could put an alternator on it. So we left there, pleased that we were on our way once again, and we got into stop and go traffic. If you've ever been to Destin, Florida, it's a nightmare. Stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. We were at a stoplight, and the light had changed green, and we moving forward, and my wife had realized that I had left a glass of ice water in their car, the car that I had come to retrieve them in. Of course, when we left, I just jumped in old Red, and she worried about me being dehydrated. She said, call your dad and see if he wants us at the next stoplight to run this ice water up for him. So they were looking for a phone to call me, I think, or something along those lines. It's cell phone related. And my son said, I think he said his phone had slipped down between the seat and the console. And he said he glanced down to see if he could retrieve the phone to hand it to his mother to call me. And he said when he glanced up, he realized that even though the light was green and everyone started to go, because of the stop and go traffic, I had come to a complete stop, and it was too late for him. Probably 15, 18 miles an hour. So it was one of those days where things started going wrong and kept going wrong. Exactly, Maze. That hitch saved my truck. I think the idea was that the way that Solara Toyota's built is that bar that you saw in the picture that was bent real bad, that's actually the bumper. Like most modern cars, it has what they call a bumper cover over it. You know, it's the big plastic part that goes up around the headlights, the decorative, it's all aerodynamic and all that. But it serves no function as far as impact goes. And I think if they felt like if the hitch wasn't on there, that steel bar that you saw that was vented in a V shape, that would have impacted my rear bumper, which is steel, and that might have prevented all that what we saw there. And I guess we'll never know. So yeah, his position was if the hitch wasn't on there, it might not have been as bad. My position was if you wouldn't have rammed me in the ass, it wouldn't have been as bad. Shit happens. The way I look at it is it's better to run into me than to run into a stranger. That was the same week that Mrs. Pirate got T-boned. She got hit in the door. Damn near could have killed her, destroyed our Mercedes. So we lost 2 vehicles in the course of about 10 days. The Mercedes was beyond repair, at least as far as the insurance company was concerned. Mrs. Pirate's disappointed that she wanted to see the baby birds fly out of the nest. We knew that they were getting ready to, I guess they call it fledging or what have you, but they've been standing up on the edge of the nest and hopping around and flapping their wings for several days now. And she'd like to try to watch that when they make their first flight, and she missed it. They're gone this morning, but the good news is they all made it. But apparently at sunrise, they were there yesterday evening. We could hear them singing and the parents feeding them and what have you. But this morning they were gone. Another successful spring hatch of songbirds. Little tiny things, I think they're called house finches. The male was fire engine red. He was something to behold. And I wanted to put a ladder up so I could climb up there and get a real close-up picture, but Mrs. Pirate forbade me. She was concerned that it might startle the birds to leave the nest early, or I would spook them and have to, all that sort of things. But maybe the next time, sometimes they'll come back and they'll do a whole nother set of eggs midsummer. And if they return, I'll see if I can't get you folks a picture. We have two separate nests. There's two outdoor speakers, and that's become prime real estate for these little birds. But the second nest, I'm not sure if those eggs were viable. They should have already hatched by now. So I got a feeling that she's sitting on some duds. I may need to get up there and take the eggs away from her. Let her start over again. I always hesitate to do that until I'm absolutely certain that the eggs are bad. You usually tell because the mother, for whatever reason, she'll quit sitting on them. I guess that she says that something to do with nature, where she realizes that they didn't take, and then she'll quit coming around for a little while. When I see that happen, I'll go over and clean the nest out. I try to clean it. Sometimes the nest gets so fouled with bird shit, I'll tear the whole nest down, rip the whole thing down, and throw it in the garbage and let them build a new one. Pretty amazing. I tore one that we had one. I didn't tear it down. We had a thunderstorm, blew really bad, and it was sad. It blew the nest down and busted the eggs. Have a good day, son. But 24 hours, she had a new nest built. I mean, from zero. From the time we found the old nest and the busted eggs to the time they had gathered up enough twigs was one calendar day. Amazing. Industrious little creatures. After that storm, we took the initiative to help them out a little bit. I took airplanes. They use, we'll see you. They use what's called safety wire. It's a very strong stainless steel type wire, and it's used to keep bolts from coming loose, vibrating loose, and all those sort of things. But I took some of that wire up there, and I made just a very basic spider web over the gap. There was of course the wall of the house where the speakers are mounted, and there's a space behind it there where sometimes those poor little birds would carry all those little twigs and stuff up there, and before they could get it going real good, it would fall down on them. Just a little bit too much for them to bridge. So I went and made a little pocket, if you will, out of that wire. And since then, they've been able to build a nest very quickly. I saw that as well, Mace. That little husky taking a nap while that bird was taking the fur. Pretty good little video.
First lights and not scared to do them. I'll let Bobby perform the big ones.
day will keep anyone away if you throw it hard enough. An apple a day will keep anyone away if you throw it hard enough. An apple a day will keep anyone away if you throw it hard enough. An apple a day will keep anyone away if you throw it hard enough. An apple a day will keep anyone away if you throw it hard enough. An apple a day will keep anyone away if you throw it hard enough.
See my friends go down the rabbit hole. It's really quite a sight. You wouldn't believe the things you see on a Friday night. Little Susie's had a tough week. She's wound so tight that after just a little drink she's gone out of sight. We go down, 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 down the rabbit hole. Down, 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 down the rabbit hole. Johnny's gotten paranoid. I swear he isn't wrong. He knows exactly who he is when he hits the bong. He's seen it all before. He doesn't say it all. He knows exactly who he is, and that's why he smokes it all. We go down, 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 down the rabbit hole. Down, 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 down the rabbit hole.
Might as well turn the TV off because it's not working. I ain't rushing you. Maze and Bluetooth, I wasn't ignoring your question there. I had chatting with Mrs. Pirate there privately, and I was reading back on some of the stuff I missed. Yeah, the insurance company did cough up for the Mercedes. They paid for the car. I took a fucking on it. It's one of those things where there's just no way around it. But I got the majority of the money out of it, but they didn't pay me what it was worth. She's still working through some of the medical issues that resulted from that accident. So all that's still up in the air. They'll drag that shit out forever.
Perfectly popcorn, cinema, sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema, sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema, sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema, sweets. We make movies better. We make movies better. We make movies better. We make movies better. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this.
Bitcoin at 93 grand. Well, the Bitcoin stackers will be happy today.
Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this.
Mrs. Pirate sent me a picture. They have a sign that's when you go through this part of Florida, if you want to go to what's called Pensacola Beach, it's actually on a barrier island. So you have to leave the mainland and go across 1 to 2 bridges to get out there. And I guess since the late 50s, maybe early 60s, they've had a sign up, and it's become sort of a landmark. It's very colorful, and it harkened back to a day of, simpler time, if you will. And it was all real emblematic of, the art at that time, with the colors, the fonts, and all of that. And they have repainted it and remodeled it from time to time, always with an eye on the nostalgia to keep it true to what it's been. But the latest rendition is, it says Scenic Drive east along the Gulf of America. They finally changed it to where it says Gulf of America. So that's kind of funny. What I was thinking, I could just as easily post it in Discord, but it's early. My mind's going a mile a minute. I've got like 3 different topics running through my brain at the same time right now. So you have to be patient with me. Stuttering away trying to describe it to you all, and all I had to do was post it. There it is. It's in there, GrayLeaf, if you'd like to share that with the class. Papa Max Discord. World's widest beaches. Yeah, and it doesn't look as good during the daytime. It has all those little bulbs on it, something like you'd see like I said in the 1950s, maybe in Las Vegas, where everything's real. You know, it's the old-fashioned light bulbs like you'd see on a carnival ride, things of that nature. So it's been somewhat of a landmark around here. Morning, Rugged. Oh, thank you, GrayLeaf. I'll take a look at that. That was very cool, GrayLeaf. Yeah, there's nothing. There's very few things as beautiful as listening to those wolves howl. Twisty Swifty, I put it in Papa Mac's Discord. If that's the chinchilla picture that you're referring to, that's the one that somebody used AI. I think it was Pepperoni, the pizza maker from Milan, Italy, used to come to visit with KC on his channel. Kind of lost his shit towards the end and got banned, but I think he's the one that had that made. One of his friends has an AI tool that made that. That was back when we did all the comedy bits about the factory farming chinchillas in Djibouti. The jungles there to make women's lingerie out of chinchilla fur and all that. It's going to be, I think that the premise was that we were doing an IPO or letting early people get in on it. Telling everybody that was an investment opportunity, a get rich quick scheme. I thought it was kind of funny. We squeezed a lot of laughs out of it. I still use that photo from time to time when I'm thundering away on Twitter, or X, if you will. Sometimes I'll try to include some sort of a picture just to add a little entertainment to my post, and that's one that I go to from time to time. There's some funny videos about chinchillas. Some people have them as pets. They have one that's a chinchilla ninja, and I guess they handed him a little stick or a twig, and just from happenstance, he happened to twirl it and hold it in a fashion that was reminiscent of a sword fighter or a samurai. And that one, I think it reached some notoriety. I think it might have went viral. It was a long time ago. It's funny how time flies.
Swinging from the crow's nest, apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong, 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 apes together strong. Apes together strong. Apes together strong. Apes together strong.
Look at the enemies go, running away with the slow steps. Standing around, not a whole lot to do. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. Dark days of the ancient gods, living in the darkness, running away from the certain death. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place in the sea, buried under your chest. There I see a piece of you and me. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest.
Apologize for my absence, folks. Mrs. Pirate, we needed a little bit of privacy. She's on the phone with our county code enforcement. We're trying to get some guidance on this fencing that's required for the pool permit. We've been playing phone tag with these guys, and I haven't left my house 2 times in the last year. I took off the other day for an hour or so to go to Tractor Supply, and he stopped by while I was gone. What are the odds of that happening? We didn't have an appointment, obviously, but thinking, man, I leave my house 1 time a year, and that's when the guy shows up. That's my luck. So anyhow, we're trying to poke him with a stick to get him to come back by here to help us find some sort of a solution to some of these little challenges we're up against. Yucca. Thank you. Hold off on ordering that pump part, honey, until we pull it apart. Because if I break it taking it apart, we're gonna have to buy a whole new pump. I might pull it apart today. No, I want to know. I want to take it apart myself and see if I can get it out. You don't try to make nothing nasty out of it. Sprinkler pump parts. Yeah, the seal. After all the time I spent changing out pipes and check valves and resealing joints and all that because the well kept losing its prime. It wasn't the well that was losing its prime. The well was full of water up to the check valve the entire time. What I didn't realize was the pump itself was getting an air pocket in it. The little drive shaft that runs from the electric part of the motor, the little drive shaft that runs into the pump housing itself that spins the venturi. It's letting water come out of it. So once we shut the pump off, it would drip, 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 and in about 15 or 20 minutes, it'd make a nice little air pocket in there. So when you turn it back on, there was no vacuum to pump the water through. So it's either $500 for a new pump, or I gotta see if I can't put a new seal in it. It's all corroded and rusted, so it's gonna be a little adventure. Yep, it says he has a solution to this issue. Just sell your property. I made a joke this morning to Mrs. Pirate when we saw the first little blip at the opening bell. I made a joke. I said, "Could today be the day? Can we be rich today?" And she said, "Well, if that's the case, we can have them redo the patio around the pool to a little bit more elegant fashion." And I said, "To hell with that. We'll sell this dump and move on down to the Bahamas." Or at least Key West. And all that time and money working on an irrigation system for what? To make the grass grow faster. So then you have to mow the grass more. It's all really quite crazy if you think about it. If I had my way, I'd cover the entire yard with concrete or rock. Be done with it. But the HOA Nazis won't have it. You gotta have a lawn. Like, why? Because it looks good. Well, it looks good to who? Maybe just because what looks good to you may not look good to me. What if I like river rock? I see that out in what's that, New Mexico and Arizona and all that, where they don't have any greenery yards. They have a few cactuses, and then the entire yard is nothing but river stone or pebbles and all that. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. Low maintenance. I don't have to worry about bugs or fertilizer, harsh chemicals, lawnmowers, weed eaters, edgers. Throw all that shit in the trash. Oh, gotta have some grass. Funniest is in the tight subdivisions like we live in, they actually have it written into the bylaws that you're not allowed to park on the street here. They've had trouble enforcing it. In fact, they quit trying to enforce it 10 years ago because it's unreasonable. You have people in your home, you have visitors, there's not enough parking. Even if you can swallow 6 or 7 cars in your driveway, somebody's gonna have to park on the street. So then they figured out real quick that they can't police it. So So they kind of did away with that. I know some HOAs they demand that you park in your garage. That's even crazier. But this idea that they didn't want people to park on the streets here, I'm thinking, well, if you don't want people parking on the streets, so because the streets are kind of narrow, they don't have a big shoulder or all that, so it can be a little tough for UPS trucks or fire trucks or what have you. So I'm like, then why don't you encourage people to build more driveway instead of all this foolishness with this grass? Just let people make that entire side of the house parking. But they don't want to let common sense. It's like any other government. They don't want to let common sense get in the way of fashion. All right, folks, I'll leave you to Yucca. I'm going to go out and spend a few minutes and see if I can't rip that sprinkler pump apart to alleviate my anxieties, see if I can't discover the source of that seal leaking. I hope to be back here in, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. Try not to get in any trouble while I'm gone.
play me, but I'm oh yeah.
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Wrote the dope song, oh ha ha. Jerry was so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? STD, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Then say, why are you so mad? Oh, 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 ha, oh. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? STD, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad?
In the clown show of the market where the trading candles glow, we gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family. I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity.
Well, that mission was successful. Mrs. Pirate and I went out there, grabbed a handful of tools, and it came apart rather easily. And we did indeed find a seal inside that was broken completely in half. So all she has to do now is source the part from the internet. We thought that maybe Ace Hardware would have them, but I'm guardedly optimistic. I'd much rather spend $20 on a seal than $500 for a new pump. So things are looking up today.
With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above through the highs and the lows. It's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
Learned something new. Those lawn pumps, pretty simple. They just have an electric motor on one end, and it has a little drive shaft that comes out, spins obviously, and then on the end of that is goes into the pump housing, big cast iron pump housing, and it has like a water wheel inside it that creates a high pressure, low pressure thing that pumps the water. And of course, to separate the electrical part from the water part, they've just got a little seal around that shaft. And you can imagine that's high RPMs. I don't know how many revolutions per minute, but that thing spins like a... So they have a little seal under there, and it's compressed with a spring. When you screw on the the little impeller pump, the little water wheel that spins, it pumps the water. It's threaded on the inside, and you slide the little seal over the shaft, and then you put the spring on it, and the spring holds pressure against it, and it's like a nylon, I guess, ceramic type material meant to hold up under high friction and heat. So even though that's spinning, a couple thousand RPM, it makes a watertight seal, and that had failed. Thought it might require like specialty tools or a puller, but it didn't. I took two screwdrivers and just lightly pried on it, and it popped right off. Yeah, Cherry, it pleases me when I don't have, normally when I dig into stuff and start working on it, I end up breaking more shit. I have a tendency to manhandle things and use brute force, and sometimes it comes back and bites me in the ass. I'm a little embarrassed. I can't take a victory lap on this because I did spend $50 on a check valve that I swapped out that turns out wasn't even bad to begin with. They call that part swapping. It's not exactly the sign of a good handyman or a mechanic. You get a guy working on your car and he's not really sure what's wrong, but they just start buying parts and swapping them out. That can be an expensive way to fix shit. Yeah, Mike says usually back and forth to the hardware store. Yeah, if you got to make at least 4 trips to the hardware store, you're not doing anything. Sandy's big on calling first. She gets somebody on the horn and find out they have it before we drive across town. Oh, I see Terry's post. It says Dick Durbin, the number 2 Democrat in the Senate, announces he will not be seeking re-election. That's good. Yeah, he's a particularly nasty piece of shit. He's one of those guys that's been there since Christ was a corporal. It's about time he leaves. Another example of a lifetime politician. Done absolutely nothing of value for our country. Yeah, you missed a fun dynamite. He stopped in and made his 5 nasty posts so he could collect his $1. Collect his dollar bill.
I did it because I can, because I want to, because you said I couldn't. Now what are you gonna do? Ooh, yeah. I did it because I can, because I want to, because you said I couldn't. Now what are you gonna do? Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Because you said I couldn't. 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 Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Because you said I couldn't. 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 Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Because you said I couldn't. 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 Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Dogs run, and they live for 15 years. Turtles do nothing, and they live for 150 years. Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Dogs run, and they live for 15 years. Turtles do nothing, and they live for 150 years. Lesson learned. Turtles do nothing, and they live for 150 years. Dogs run, and they live for 15 years. Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Lesson learned. jump, and they live for 8 years. Lesson learned. Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Dogs run, and they live for 15 years. Turtles do nothing, and they live for 150 years. Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Dogs run, and they live for 15 years. Turtles do nothing, and they live for 150 years. Lesson learned. Market of lies, liars and thieves. They sold you a dream, they took all your money. Let's play whack-a-mole.
never let him out again. Hey, hey, don't let him out again. Hey, hey, don't let him out again. Never let him out again. Hey, 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 don't let him out again. They got the diamonds, they got the yachts, they sold you a dream, they took all your money. Let's play whack-a-mole with Kenny the bedpost. Let's lock him up, let's lock him up, lock him up. And don't ever let him out again. Hey, hey, don't let him out again. Hey, hey, don't let him out again. Never let him out again. Hey, 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 don't let him out again.
This week, it been rough. Some things got tough. Had to stand my ground. Oh, you should have seen it. But on a positive note, no, I didn't need any bail money. And on a positive note, no, I didn't have to hide anybody's. And just yesterday, things went my way. You could have been dead, but I just let you go. And on a positive note, no, I didn't need any bail money. And on a positive note, no, I didn't have to hide anybody's. So that's how you know I had a good week. If nobody died, it's just one of those things. You should take my side. And on a positive note, no, I didn't need any bail money. And on a positive note, no, I didn't have to hide anybody's. So that's how you know I had a good week. If nobody died, it's just one of those things. You should take my side. And on a positive note, no, I didn't need any bail money. And on a positive note, no, I didn't have to hide anybody's.
Dread in my dome, doing damage in there. Came out of the smoke, got the panic in there. Playing with my notes, doing damage to ears. Hang on to my throat, make it difficult to steer. The blindfold, like the remedy, taking in the negative, begging me to find out who I'm talking to. My mind holds the rest of me, my pedals to the metal, but it's lead, and I just won't get off the grove. Who coulda knew? 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 Got 2K9s that can't lie. They point up, no standby. And full moons keep me alive, but every day I'm half gone. Howl at the moon. 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 Howl at the moon.
got the money, got the money, 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 got the money, money. Now I know I've got it made. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. I got the money, got the money, 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 got the money. Look at the enemies go, running away with the slow steps. Standing around, not a whole lot to do. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. Dark days of the ancient gods, living in the darkness, running away from the certain death. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place in the sea, buried under your chest. There I see a piece of you and me. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest.
It's interesting, Terry, you brought that comment up about the World Health Organization. The chief said Tuesday operations and jobs would be slashed as U.S. funding cuts had left the UN agency with a budget hole of several $100 million. I was talking to the wife and son about that yesterday or the day before when the news first broke, is it's the World Health Organization, but America was paying for the whole damn thing. Another perfect example. I'm like, yeah, it's the World Health Organization. The whole world is benefiting from it, and then we cut the check. Same old bullshit. What's it tell you that when we pull out of it, the whole thing collapses financially? It tells you what everybody's known all along. We were paying for the whole damn thing. I love how they try to make it appear less than it by saying a budget hole. I'm like, yeah, it's a budget hole. I'll bet you if you drilled down on it, we probably paid 90%.
I'm trying to pull up the covers and I punch myself in the face. In the face. I hate it when I'm trying to pull up the covers and I punch myself in the face. In the face. I'm trying to pull up the covers and I punch myself in the face. In the face. I hate it when I'm trying to pull up the covers and I punch myself in the
Yucca, I'm glad you're on board, man, with my opinions on Bitcoin. The biggest thing with Bitcoin is it's become very popular. But just because it's popular doesn't mean it's not a Ponzi. Back to Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff was very popular. He was one of the most respected, beloved guys on Wall Street. People fucking kissed his ass like he was a financial god, and he was fucking everybody's eyes out. Bitcoin's no different. They've got millions of people involved in it, and everybody who's bought so much as $1 worth of it is a believer because it's in their best interest. They want it to work because they benefit from it. You know, and I've said before, there may be some people who make bank on it. There already have been. Mrs. Pirate pointed out some time ago, the real big money was made by the early movers. Those people who got 1,000 Bitcoins for $10 and shit like that. Those people have sold and moved on. Even Michael Saylor, I think I read that his average cost is $67,000 a coin. So, and if you take some time and do a deep dive into Michael Saylor, you'll find some stuff in his past that doesn't exactly scream fiduciary responsibility. I don't know. I've got lots of acquaintances and friends and internet friends that hold it, and I don't wish them any ill will. I'd like to see them make money. I just hope and pray that they don't end up being bag holders in the end. Yeah, I haven't seen Break Nation Sports in here in some time. Mr. Content, are you trying to fill in for Yucca? I seen your little butt humping comment.
See a silhouette. See a silhouette. Yeah. Feel the tension building in your chest. See a silhouette.
You don't promise it.
See a silhouette.
You don't get caught in the shirt.
Feel the tension building in your chest. Building in your chest. In the moonlight, I can see the shadow. Everywhere I go, I can hear the echo. It's so close. 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 Something wicked. Something wicked. Oh, something wicked. This way comes. In the moonlight, I can see the shadow. Everywhere I go, I can hear the echo. It's so close. 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 The echo is so close. Something wicked. Something wicked. Oh, something wicked. This way comes.
What's it? Like the Jesse, JJ, the salt.
Hmm.
That plane is JJ.
Can't remember the name of it. He was asking me.
The salt that.
Yeah, I think it's a Falcon.
Something wicked. Something wicked. Oh, something wicked. This way comes.
Go to your number here. Have a drink. Outside. You want to go out front?
All right. I got a little bored. I had a blast of nervous energy, gray leaf, so I went outside and I took, I think, 6 photographs. Give us something to talk about here. I've been telling my stories all morning about the sprinkler pump. The pictures are in Papa Mac's Discord General for those of you who have access to the Discord General. But to give you some background, that pump is $500, $499.99. So she'll go back. There you go. She's going all the way back to the beginning. There's the first picture. So what happens is when you turn that pump on, it's supposed to water all the grass. It didn't pump anything but air. So the purple piece there is a check valve. That's the well point that goes 30 feet down in the ground, sucks water up out of the ground. So what it does is when you turn the pump on, if that whole line is full of air, it'll just pump air. That's what you hear people talk about, priming a pump. So once you prime the pump with a garden hose and it sucks that water from 30 feet, 20 feet down in the ground, I think ours is 12, Once it comes up to that purple valve, that valve will allow water to come up through it, but it will not allow it to go back down. So it's kind of like if you stick a straw into a soda can and put your thumb over the straw. When you pull the straw up out of the can, the straw will still be full of water. So we thought that was the issue, and I changed it out. I took it off and cleaned it and glued it back on 2 or 3 times. Finally, I upgraded to this one. As you can see, that's a translucent one. You can look inside it and actually see the valve open and close in the water. Once we'd done that, we realized that there was no problem with the well or that. So then we had to figure out why the pump was getting air in it. And GrayLeaf, if you'd be so kind to take us to the next photo. So the pump body itself is the big green thing there. It runs off of either 110 or 220 electricity. And the front part of it is the pump housing that moves the water, and the back part is the electric motor. Yeah, that's it. So what you see there on the ground, that's the electric motor. And that center part of that, well, that's the electric motor on the ground, and then that's the pump on the left-hand side. So that pump on the part on the left-hand side, it has to stay full of water all the time in order for when you turn it on, it will actually suck. If it has air in there, it'll become vapor locked. It won't do anything. Go to the next slide there, GrayLeaf, if you don't mind, dear. So the electric motor, all it does is spin. And the center of that, which you see all that rust there, and you see the little center there, it looks like a bolt. That is that's the spindle or the shaft that comes out of the motor. And that's where the other parts connect to. So that has to have a seal on it. That the seal prevents water from moving from the electrical portion to the pumping portion. Yeah. So there's where the seals go. I'm getting ready to show you the seals right now. So that spins at a high RPM, thousands of RPMs, that centerpiece does. And there's a rubber seal that goes around that. And then of course, the whole rest of the pump spins. That's how you get the pumping action. Go ahead, GrayLeaf, to the next one, sweetheart. You look real closely on that picture, you can see the shadow marks from the Venturi. There's only 4 bolts that hold that on. The reason I'm going through this with you guys is if you ever find yourself in this position, the parts for this are $20. The pump is $500. So you can do the math on that. You can save yourself a lot of money if you just replace the seal, as opposed to, that's just another picture of the inside of the housing. That's where the water goes. Go ahead to the next one there. I probably put too many photos in here, so I apologize for that. So that's all stays wet. That part you see right there stays full of water the entire time. But the idea is the seal keeps the electrical components, electric and water doesn't mix, and it also allows the pump to kick on, and instead of it pumping air, it pumps water, and it'll allow it to continue. So the next photo. Now those are the parts that came out of that. So if you ever have to split one of these, there's 4 bolts that hold the electric motor to the pump, and this is what you'll find inside. 2 big pieces of plastic. The piece on the right is just a water wheel. I didn't hold it up so you could see it, but it has slits cut in it so that it slings. But those 2 pieces at the bottom by the spring, those are the seals that go on that shaft, and that's what failed. Go ahead and take us to the next picture there, GrayLeaf. And you can buy a kit that has all of these pieces that you see right there on Miss Sandy's chair. That kit is $70. Or you can just buy the seal for like 10 or 12. And we don't need to. Now there's the seal. This is the actual part. This is what broke. If you look real close there, you can see the crack in it. It has a crack at the 3 o'clock position, and the picture's poor quality, but there's also a crack at the 9 o'clock position. I apologize for that being out of focus. That little crack right there is what can cost you $500 for a pump. Yes, you're right, Mike. It cracked in half. And then the next picture shows it a little more dramatically. I took in order to to make it a little more entertaining, I took my finger and just kind of pulled it apart because I knew you guys wouldn't be able to, I didn't think you'd be able to even see the one crack. But there's what it looks like when I just kind of bumped it with my hand. That's not obviously not supposed to look like that. So because of that tiny little rubber seal that was around that shaft that spins so fast, when you turn the pump off, that's all of the photographs. If you want to take them back to their charts, GrayLeaf, thank you, dear. Because of that tiny little part right there, that would necessitate buying an entirely new pump, $500 pump, $399, $499. So if you can take 4 bolts out, and there were no tools needed, you don't need any specialty tools. There was no pullers, no presses. I used I think a 9/16 wrench to take 4 bolts off, split the pump in half, and then just a regular old two cheap screwdrivers, just pried gently on the seals, and it popped right off. I'll have to take a little wire brush and clean some of the corrosion up and all that, because you want to make it nice and clean so it all mates back together. But I thought you guys might find that interesting while we're sitting here staring at a chart that's not doing much. That's the stories I keep telling you about the pump. That's what I'm up against. But if you find yourself, and different pumps have different styles of seals, but I think that's a pretty good example of how, I can't tell you how many of those pumps probably go into the landfill, and people just go to the hardware store, Lowe's, Home Depot, and just grab another one off the shelf for $350, $450, $425, when all they got to do is buy. Now, if you buy the entire kit, it's $70 with all the plastic parts, but $70 is still much better than $500. But if the plastic pieces that I showed you on that chair were still good, and there's no reason why they shouldn't, those never fail, unless you have a freezing action or something. But if you just have to buy the little seal that I showed you that was broken in half, and maybe an O-ring, it's good to always, anytime you put new O-rings on, O-ring's $1 and the seal's $12. So for $13 or $14, you can save $400. There you go. What normally happens on those is because they're full of water all the time, you have to winterize those. If you live up north, like obviously where Centric Content is, his shit hard freezes up there. So if you're in an area where you do, and in this part of the Florida Panhandle, we do have a freeze 1 or 2 days a year. I would imagine when we have a hard freeze, they sell thousands of those pumps, because what happens is the water inside of them expands and it cracks that housing. The big cast iron housing just cracks, and then it doesn't matter. It won't do anything. So the landfill are full of those because people won't go out, and just before at the end of the season, you're supposed to take a little plug out of the bottom and let all the water drain out of it so that it sets empty. It can't, the water can't freeze and expand if there's no water in there. But because people are like, well, it's Florida, it's not going to freeze. And I've been guilty of it myself. I tell Mrs. Pirate, I'm not going to drain them, until I know it's going to freeze. And then one year I forgot about it and it froze and it cracked my pump. But if it freezes and it doesn't crack the housing, it can crack those plastic pieces inside. But the most expensive part of that pump is that big motor, that electric motor that spins everything. And normally those don't go bad. So I don't know. Hopefully you found some entertainment in that. And if nothing else, it encourage you. We usually approach things like this and Mrs. Pirate's always been incredibly supportive. She kind of like, it's fucked to begin with. If we're going to go buy a brand new $500 pump, let's try to fix this one. The worst we can do is break it more. That was a joke we had in the Air Force. We'd say, let's fix it until it's broke. But I would encourage you, dig into shit, break out your tools, rip it apart. And if you destroy it, well, you were going to buy one anyhow. But more often than not, you'll find that if you can, sometimes sourcing the parts becomes the bigger problem. Even if you find something like that little seal, it can become a challenge to get the new one. And I'll close my verbal diarrhea by saying this. If you can find a manufacturer's tag or a label that's on those pumps, or any part, refrigerator, ice maker, whatever, try to find your tag and it will give you the model number and the serial number. Most importantly is the model number. And with that model number and your phone, the world is at your fingertips. And usually you can put in, they'll give you an IPB, which is called an illustrated parts breakdown. And then you can see the exploded view and you can literally look and get the part number. And then you got a dog that's hunting for you, because you can go call up supply houses or research the internet and put in the specific part number. And on our for this story today, she found it on Amazon, the entire kit, O-ring, everything, $71, free returns if it doesn't fit, free shipping, 3 days delivery. So there you go. Sandy Dynamite said the sign of a good marriage is when you can tackle these projects without murdering each other. Oh, it can get heated at times. You can get conflicting ideas and approaches and all that, but yeah, it's no different than anything else. But I would agree. Yeah, you can. Uncle who's been married for 50 years, raised a great family, has multiple grandchildren, all that, and he's fond of telling me that him and his wife, he said they can't even do dishes together without it breaking into a fist fight. Normally, I'm the grunt. I'm the brute force, and Mrs. Pirate's the brain. She's been my parts girl for 30 years. If I can give her an accurate description of what I need, and more importantly, a model number, doesn't matter if it was for small engines, you name it, airplane parts, car parts, boat parts, yacht parts, snowmobiles, ice machines, washing machines, dryers, hot water heaters, ceiling fans. When you enter into the real estate business, especially as a landlord, you'll learn real quick that there's a lot of savings in do it yourself. Even if you fuck the job up 2 or 3 times or break a few parts, in the end, you're still way ahead on the money end of things. The advent of the smartphones and the computer has been a game changer. At 59 years old, I remember a time where you had to find your parts, get in a car, drive to downtown Cincinnati or someplace, a major metropolitan area, go to a parts supply warehouse where they had a big warehouse, and hopefully you had a counter guy there that was knowledgeable. They'd bring out giant books, big old paper books, and flip through them, and you'd have to try to look through pictures and match stuff up. And we have seen advances in the availability of information that it's almost shameful for people to not try to at least try to fix something for themselves. Because and then on top of all this, you got these tutorials. Now you can go right on YouTube and type in, sprinkler pump won't prime. And now I've been fooling around with sprinkler pumps for 20 years, so I kind of had a little bit of knowledge to work off of. But if you're a neophyte and decide you want to dive into a project that you don't have any practical experience with, man, you can just type in on YouTube, whatever it is that you're doing. And if you're accurate enough with your description, you'll be offered a double handful of videos. Some are better than others. And oftentimes those videos, either 6 minutes or 35 minutes, can offer just one little nugget of information in there about the fact that maybe you need a specialty tool. It may be cheap, it may only be a $3 tool, but it may be something specifically designed for that task, or little tricks that guys have learned through the lifetime of being like a plumber, for instance. And those guys share all those little tips, and it can be a real resource. So there's that. Yeah, Dynamite, YouTube has changed the world. I mean, it used to be, Dynamite, I had to call you up. I'm like, I know a dude, my friend Dynamite, he restores hot rods, or he's a mechanic. He works for Ford, call him up and ask him what's up with this starter. I remember one time a guy pulled me aside when I came back from Desert Storm. I was remodeling that Corvette that I told you guys about. And I needed a starter for it. And my friend pulled me aside. And he's like, when you go to the dealership, don't tell them that's for a Corvette. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, just tell them it's for a Chevrolet 350 V8. He's like, when they figured out it's for a Corvette, they put an extra $200 on the price tag. Same starter. And I'm like, you kidding me? He's like, no, I'm not kidding you. He's like, it's a tough world out there. He's like, so there's like I said, in the old days, you had to lean on interpersonal relationships or hope that you had a group of friends that I know a guy, or I have a friend who knows a guy. And none of that's even a factor any longer. You just whip out the old iPhone and you're off to the races. The upside to this is if you're a tool fanatic like I am, I have a obsession, it borders line on almost like a, I don't know what you would call it. It's just an obsession with tools I have since I was a little boy. And it makes it really easy to justify swiping of that credit card. If the wife feels like that she's getting good value, she's getting return on her investment. Yeah, I'm not going to say it goes so far as to being like a kink, but I love me some tools. And because we have lived our lives with the old, let's try to fix it ourselves and being our go-to protocol, I've been able to enlist the support of the family checkbook for the tools. That's right, Terry, just whip it out. My favorite is when I see a sticker on an item. We had a microwave that went down one time. This part's like, microwave just took a shit, and checked the circuit breaker. I'm like, the circuit breaker's still good. You unplug it, pull it out, set it on the kitchen table, and it's got a big old sticker on the back. It says, danger, do not open, qualified technicians only beyond this point, or some variation of that statement. I'm like, yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly, Dynamite. Do not open this panel, danger, danger. Contact a professional service rep. I'm like, yeah. We opened up the microwave, and it had a fuse in it. Just a simple fuse, not much bigger than what you'd see in your cars in the old days before they did circuit breaker, just a big fuse. And of course, you couldn't get it off the shelf, but we went to a supply house in town where the guys bought parts for appliance repairmen, and they sold us a fuse for $6 or7. Brought it home, snapped it back in, and got another 5 years out of the microwave. But I thought to myself, yeah, do not open this panel. Now I get it. You got to exercise a little bit of common sense. I think a lot of that is liability. They don't want people, there are dumbasses out there who will take the back cover off of a microwave and start jamming screwdrivers in there while the damn thing's still plugged in. And they'll get lit up like it's an electric chair. But I would like to think that that's just Darwinism. That's just a way for the cull the herd for some of the people who are just using up the oxygen unnecessarily. Video games were that was the one time where there were some notices on the cabinets, and when I've shared with you guys, I have a video game collection of the old school arcade style games. And a lot of those, not a lot of them, almost all of the old ones had the big tubes in them, like a tube style monitors. And those can hold a great deal of electricity in them. You have to discharge the electrical charge out of it before, or you can risk getting killed from an electrical shock, even when it's not plugged in. It'd be like an electrical hand grenade, if you will. But other than those big TV monitors, tubes, that are on those video games, I can't think of anything off the top of my head that is inherently dangerous if it's disconnected from power. I've seen some other stupid shit. I've seen guys try to drill through, I've seen a guy try to drill through, not on personally, but I saw a video of a guy drilling through the fuel tank, the gasoline tank on a car with a drill bit. You got to be pretty stupid to do that. Gasoline being flammable, empty being vapors even being more flammable, and it burned the whole fucking garage down. So yeah, if you're dealing with flammables, starting fluid, gasoline, or electricity, you better know what you're doing, or you could end up in a graveyard. But short of those extremes, I'm a big advocate of, hey, just rip into it and see what you can find. I was working on that car, that Corvette, and I put new tires and brakes on it, alignment, and painted the car and all that. But in the old days, you could when you changed brakes on a car and you had to top off your brake fluid, you had to do a thing called bleeding the brakes. Some of you old timers know exactly what I'm talking about. The young cats maybe not so much, but in the old days, you'd have to get somebody to sit in the car and they'd pump the brake pedal 3 times, 4 times, and then they'd hold down on the pedal, and then when you were down there by the wheel, you take a little tiny wrench, and open up a little valve, and you open that valve up and it would spit the air out, and then you'd close it real quick and then let them pump the pedal a few more times, then you'd crack the valve open, and eventually it'd start squirting fluid out. Once it squirted fluid out, you knew you'd purged all the air out of the line. Otherwise you ended up with soft pumpy brakes. And but that was the way you did it. You just crack it open, and then if it started to squirt hydraulic fluid out or brake fluid, you close it and you knew that you got all the air out. Man, I had one of my Air Force buddies. He's sitting in that car pumping those brakes for 2 straight days. We could not get what's called a hard pedal. We could not get the pedal to stiffen up. I think that'll trigger yucca right there. And it wasn't. And then finally, I called a friend up who specialized in Corvettes. That's all he worked on. He's really a body man. He laughed at me, and he knew immediately what I was doing. He said, "You have to vacuum that you have to vacuum the brake fluid through those lines." It had an exotic sort of anti-lock braking setup on it that the old school method of just pumping it and pushing the air out didn't work. He said, "You can pump that brake and bleed them things forever." It still had the bleeder valve on there, but it was made to where you could hook a hose up to it, and you had to suck all of the you had to vacuum the brake fluid through the lines. So that was just another example where, I was defeated, but it wasn't for lack of effort, I can assure you. So from time to time, you'll get your ass kicked, and then you got to reach out to somebody or find out about it. But throughout my, 50 years of working on shit, I've gotten screwed a few times. I've got the green weenie a time or two. But as years go by and your skill set grows, you'll find that your victories far outpass your defeats. Yeah, Dynamite, I knew guys that didn't know what they were doing, and they tried to do the brakes on their own car, and they put the new brakes on and all that, and ended up with air in the lines. And especially if they had to change out like a caliper or something. But they'd finish it all up, button it up, and then they jump in the car and put it in drive and take off out of the driveway. And then when they get to the end of the driveway, they'd hit the brake, and the brake pedal just goes straight to the floor. I never knew anybody that wrecked, but they shit their pants, man. And the car had to come rolling to a stop halfway down the street. They're like, "I got 0 brakes." I'm like, "Did you bleed the brake fluid?" They put all new pads on, sometimes new rotors, and I would encourage them, like, you can do that shit. It's not that hard. I tell Yuck all the time, you don't need to pay a guy at Firestone $1,000 to put brakes on your car. It's a 4 or 5 hour job. That's good pay with the most basic rudimentary tools that everyone should have. But yeah, they'd fail to bleed those brakes, man, and get ugly real fast. Yucca's giving some financial advice. Pirate, is it a good idea to borrow as much as you can, buy silver and hold, and sell when it's a good time? I don't know anything about that shit. Yucca, I can't help you with that, man. First of all, I don't know anybody who'd even loan you money, Yucca. Word on the street is you're a bad credit risk. So, that's your first hurdle, is who's going to loan you money. Everybody knows you don't pay. Yucca pays. Yucca's one of those guys that gets his cars from like the buy here, pay here lot. He goes in and he gets a car that's got 300,000 miles on it. He gives them $5,000 down on a car that's only worth $4,000. The total sale price is $8,000. He finances the 3,000. They give him a 10-year loan at 17% interest. That's how Yucca rolls. Art said Yucca said he changed brakes in his driveway and they fell off. Yep. I knew a friend that took a Jeep in and had a clutch put in it, just a clutch. And when he left, he was driving home from the shop and he pushed the clutch in, and there's a thing on the clutch on a standard clutch called a throw-out bearing, and it has a little lever that pushes it in and out. And it just spit the throw-out. The throw-out bearing stayed in there, but it spit the fork and the springs and all the shit out right on the street at the stop sign. They didn't have it tightened down. I've got some funny stories about mechanical shit. Dynamite said he had a brake line blow. It scares the shit out of you. Yeah, your brake pedal will go straight to the floor. Yucca says he has AMC as collateral, so the sky's the limit. You're gonna let him do? You're gonna do brake jobs on your margin account? GrayLeaf, thank you so very much for sharing the photographs. I know that's an unnecessary burden on you. You have to go through and do all that stuff. I should be able to do that myself, and unfortunately I lack the skills to do that. And I can't thank you enough for taking the time to go to Discord and transfer those into the live stream. It adds I can't help but think that it does add something of value to the storytelling if there's some visuals from time to time to go with them. And I thank you so very much for that. Yoko, you got to get up to speed on your news, man. The Kanye West story, that's 2 days old, bro. That's some stale shit there. If you're going to come in here with some juicy gossip, at least get some current shit, man. Kanye West is batshit crazy. He should. That should be like a case study in mental illness. I think he's probably a decent guy, but he has shown some very poor decision making throughout his public life. He made bank though. I mean, he made a fortune for himself, so I guess he's laughing all the way to the bank. But I shouldn't be making fun of him. I bet he doesn't have to fix his own sprinkler pump. Oh, you're the one that posted the article? Why does that not surprise me? That's right up your alley, wasn't it? Yeah, he loves him some attention. I mean, he parades his wife around buck naked. I mean, who does that? I mean, damn, he just drags her around like she's a pet, completely nude. I'm like, man, nothing says love like disrespecting your wife to that level.
Would you like a cup of tea? Can you paint the roses red? Is it getting curiouser? Can you
I don't think that shit'll fly in my house. I could offer to take Mrs. Pirate to Olive Garden tonight, but the only way I'm going to take her is if she goes buck naked. Crazy world we live in, man. Like I said, everything becomes more and more extreme. What used to be in the 60s and 70s, what used to be considered, avant-garde or a little on the wild side, and that's nothing compared to the shit that they do today. Everything.
getting curiouser? Is the door getting smaller? Is the bottle getting bigger? Do you think you've been here before? Is it getting curiouser? We are all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad. It's strange that all my friends are mad. We are all mad here. Do you ever stop to think it may be you've gone mad? Do you think you're gonna wake up? Is it getting curiouser? Is the door getting smaller? Is the bottle getting bigger? Do you think you've been here before? Is it getting curiouser? We all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad. It's strange that all my friends are mad. We are all mad here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, step right up, step right up, come closer. You won't believe your eyes behind this curtain. Witness something new.
Well, you got another 2 hours in. 53 minutes up there and another hour back. Mm-hmm.
Boys and girls. Someone told me I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. When someone told me I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn.
Let me go, Amazon.
I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. I was like, what do you mean? They said, you're in denial. I said, no, I'm not. They said, see. Someone told me I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. When someone told me I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. When someone told me I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. I was like, what do you mean? They said, you're in denial. I said, no, I'm not. They said, see. I was like, what do you mean? They said, you're in denial. I said, no, I'm not. They said, see.
Flicked over onto X to see if anything new was popping up. And they got I guess they're getting ready to have a new election, or I don't know, but someone there is advocating for, I don't know if she's a mayor or she was just elected as the new mayor, but she is advocating for a $50 an hour minimum wage. She claims that will solve inflation. Can you imagine being so ignorant and getting elected to mayor? That's the one thing I just can't figure it out, how people who are dumb as a bag of hammers rise to the position of power. And then to claim that if you make a $50 an hour minimum wage, that will, I mean, I could see trying to sell that, saying that it would be like close the income equality gap that they keep talking about, all that shit. But to claim that it will solve inflation, I mean, does she not understand it? The very definition of inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. So if you take people who are making $12 an hour and pay them $50, common sense says that that's going to be more money chasing the same amount of goods. It's going to drive the prices through the roof. Not to mention, if you pay the guy running the French fry machine at McDonald's $50 an hour, how much do you have to pay JJ the jet plane to fly 300 people in a jet at 30,000 feet at 600 miles an hour? How much does he get in? It's some of the silliest shit I've ever heard come out of somebody's pie hole. And like I said, and get elected. It's amazing to me. I can't even understand how somebody of average intelligence could get elected mayor of a major metropolitan area. You'd think you'd have to display some sort of excellence. It's just not the case. And then everybody's going to scratch their heads and wonder why, how did this happen, or how did that happen, or why is the city bankrupt, or why is Palisades burning to the ground. And I'm like, I don't know. You guys elected a tree stump for a mayor. Every single major metropolitan area that is, by any metric, a shithole, is run by Democrats. It's undisputed. There's no disputing it. I mean, you go back and look. Chicago has been under Democratic control for, I don't know, over my lifetime, probably several generations. I don't even know how far back it goes, but the Democrats have run Chicago. I don't even know, but it's got to be at least for the last 100 years, 80 years, and it's a fucking garbage dump. And the people keep sending the same people, make the same people the captain of the ship. Meanwhile, the people of those communities scream and holler that they want things to be better, or wonder why their lives or their quality of life is in the toilet. I'm like, did it ever dawn on you that you keep making people, you keep putting people in a position of power who are not aligned with your best interest? Insanity. That's very interesting, GrayLeaf, because CalPERS, that's huge. They manage hundreds of millions of dollars. And for them to do, I don't know if somebody discovered that on like an 8K filing or through their public relations firm, whatever, but for them to make public that they bought one single share, you're like, that means something. What it is anybody's guess, but definitely odd. Looks like India and Pakistan's on the edge of going to war with each other.
Yep.
har, har.
Great Leaf, I put you another picture at Papa Mac's Discord, General.
a day will keep anyone away. If you throw it hard enough. An apple a day will keep anyone away. If you throw it hard enough. An apple a day will keep anyone away. If you throw it hard enough.
Oh, I like that censor content. It says, I'm not saying Ken Griffin would be a good president, but whoever's in charge of controlling the AMC price should be the guy responsible for reducing inflation. Yep. Very nice. Nicely done. I like that.
An apple a day will keep anyone away. If you throw it hard enough. An apple a day will keep anyone away. If you throw it hard enough.
See my friends go down the rabbit hole. It's really quite a sight. You wouldn't believe the things you see on a Friday night. Little Susie's had a tough week. She's wound so tight that after just a little drink, she's gone out of sight. We go down, 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 down the rabbit hole. Down, 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 down the rabbit hole. Johnny's gotten paranoid. I swear he isn't wrong. He knows exactly who he is when he hits the bong. He's seen it all before. He doesn't say it all. He knows exactly who he is, and that's why he smokes it all. We go down, 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 down the rabbit hole. Down, 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 down the rabbit hole.
Apologize for having my microphone muted so long. We had a lot of crosstalk going on here. My son and my wife and all of us in the same room. It was getting kind of loud. $2.70 seems like such an odd number to be stuck at. I mean, $3, it's just so weird at here. I know we stayed at $5, which it seemed like an eternity. But it's such an arbitrary number. Like what's special about $3? Why 3? No lower than 3, but no higher than 3. Just Goldilocks, not too hot, not too cold. I just don't get it.
To welcome you to AMC theaters, where we make movies better. Now I have to go sit down. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Perfectly popcorn, cinema sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema sweets. We make movies better. We make movies better. We make movies better. We make movies better. Somehow
You believe that pump, Jesse? $500 pump for an $8 seal. You know, they sell a lot of them.
Heartbreak feels good in a place like this.
Now that's a nice candle to end the day on.
Huh?
Apes together strong. Apes together strong. Apes together strong. Swinging from the crow's nest. Apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong. 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 Swinging from the crow's nest. Apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong. 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 Swinging from the crow's nest, apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong. 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 Apes together strong.
Look at the enemies go, running away with the slow steps. Standing around, not a whole lot to do. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. Dark days of the ancient gods, living in the darkness, running away from the certain death. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place in the sea, buried under your chest. There I see a piece of you and me. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. I'ma gotta get it. I'ma gotta get it. I'ma gotta get it. I'ma gotta get it.
Glad to see you come back, Real Rugged. I have a microphone muted. We had some sort of a family meeting here. 3 people all talking at once. I didn't want to subject you guys to that kind of torture. Oh, no worries, man. They left now. It's quiet here. I think they're going sparking. I think that's what it's called when you do grocery deliveries for Walmart or something. They got it together between my minivan and both of them having a little account. They've got it down to where they're making $1 a minute. $60 an hour. Sometimes 70 between the 2 of them. That's still $30-35 an hour per person. Running around town like maniacs, being up in everybody's business like tourists. I still can't get them to pay for those tires though. They took it over to Firestone and put 4 brand new tires on it. I think all I got out of that deal was the bill. I don't know what kind of partnership agreement we've got. I think I'm getting this shitty end of the stick. I had all sorts of good news today, man. I should have bought a lottery ticket. County code enforcement came by, looked at the yard. They approved our request. We don't want to put a railing around the pool up top, kind of detract from the views. And they have agreed for me just to fence in my backyard, what little bit remains on the beach side. So that turned out to our favor. My son went on his his last training flight for his commercial shit. They have to sign off for him to take a test. It's a big milestone. And they refused to sign off until he'd done one more long distance cross country, which they did today. They told him that tomorrow they're doing a mock check ride, and then they're giving him his letter of recommendation. So he'll be able to take his commercial rating, finally be done with that. And then I was successful in getting the parts squared away for the pump. That's coming to a good conclusion. And then the swimming pool company said that they're coming Friday to get started. So I had little less than 5 things go my way today. Should have probably bought a lottery ticket. Then, another one I discovered. They wanted me to do some enhancements to our home security system, windows, which we have door sensors and stuff, but they wanted me to add some really ridiculous shit. And then they said, and they don't tell you this unless you dig into it. They said you can put a floating device in the pool that lets out a 38 decibel chirping sound, screaming siren if somebody disturbs the water. And that suffices, as opposed to putting all the security devices back onto the house windows. So that's a lot of anxiety that's been put aside, and far less expensive. I guess you can go buy the little floating donut thing at a swimming pool supply store or Walmart. And when they come out to do the final inspection, as long as that's there, then they forego looking at my home security too closely. So that's a win. Things are definitely looking up. We took the railing down from the seawall so that I could put the new materials down in concert with the new paver stones. And we have become so accustomed to the unobstructed view now. And we were just talking, I said, man, it should be a crime to put a fence up and fuck this view up. And I started thinking about it. I said, well, the county code, all it says is the pool has to be fenced in. It doesn't say how close the fence has to be to the pool. Logic to me says if the pool's fenced in, if the entire backyard is fenced in, I mean, fenced in is fenced in. They don't specify how close to the pool it has to be. And then when I took a measurement, it is easier for me to fence in my backyard, what little bit remains, than to go around the entire swimming pool. So man, I come out smelling like a rose on that one, Rugged. All I got to do is go from the corner of the house down to the water's edge on the north side and the south side, the east side and the west side. And on the eastern side, my neighbor's house, he built closer to the water than I did. So his house and his seawall already goes half the distance. So I've only got a short little run on the eastern side. I'm going to say, I don't know, 50 feet. And then the other side, my western side, I may have to do twice that, maybe 3 times, 100, 150 feet. But that's just a straight run. It has to be 54 inches tall or more. And that's easy enough. So I'm going to look into some aluminum, or I'd love to put wrought iron, but anything steel or wrought iron, that shit's going to rust out in about 3 years. So it's either going to have to be PVC fence or aluminum. But now we don't have to worry about any sort of anything blocking the view from the living room out over the pool and the patio. It's going to be one of those nice little bonuses that we didn't plan on when we went down this road. But looking forward to that little change. You hear somebody talking, and I look over my shoulder, and there's a guy on my neighbor's roof. He got a piece of styrofoam, so he's got something to sit on, and he's got his hammer. I don't know if they've got a roofing leak or what's going on, but that's kind of unusual. That house isn't 3 years old. It's pretty bad to have a roof leak already, unless the storm got some of their shingles, maybe. Put a picture in Papa Mac's Discord general. This has been a hotbed of activity around here. I looked, I guess 3 or 4 doors down. They had an 18-wheeler load of paver stones delivered. I guess they're redoing the entire driveway in pavers, which is odd because I didn't see them jackhammer up an old concrete driveway. I don't know why you would take pavers up to put new pavers down, but you never know, this crazy bunch. It used to be really bad. We had a lot of empty vacant building lots in here. I guess that's redundant. Vacant residential lots. And every summer they were building a house. Man, you had nails in the street, flat tires, noise, air compressors, delivery trucks. That shit gets old after a while, but I think right now we've only got like 2 empty lots left, and the people that own them have them as investments. They have no plans to build on them. So at least for the most part, the new construction madness has died down. It can be a little bit to take after a while. Breaking story on Newsmax says California grants early release to an illegal immigrant who killed 2 Americans. Well, that's nice. Not even supposed to be in the country to begin with, commits murder, gets locked up, and then they don't even keep him locked up. They give him an early release. That's some awful dark shit. And they got a cordless sawzall. They just cut a big old hole in the roof over there. I don't know what they're. I don't know if they're putting in a skylight, some sort of something to gather natural lighting. Maybe it doesn't look very big, or a vent pipe, perhaps, or maybe a fireplace. But I don't know why they have ventless now. So, damn, my curiosity is going to kill me. Mind my own business. That's what Sandy would tell me. She's like, you need to mind your own business, old man. She would be right. I guess my neighbor learned his lesson. He's a builder. He built that house. And when I say built it, I mean he was the prime contractor, general contractor. And that's what he does. He builds custom homes for people. So the outfit that he works for let him use their subs. They built their dream home. And he fell from that thing's 3 stories tall. He fell from the roof. Lost his footing, slid all the way down and fell. I think he broke his hip and his leg. Maybe an arm and a few ribs or something. But yeah, he was in a wheelchair for 6 months. It fucked him up pretty good. And I guess that was it. And he's an elderly gentleman, not old, but I'm going to say my age, 60, maybe 62, 60. But I think that was a wake-up call for him, going out on roofs 3 or 4 stories up. He landed on a pile of sand. I think it would have killed him if it would have been hard ground or concrete. I see. He's adding an attic vent. Either one of the bedrooms isn't getting cool enough, or his air conditioning bill has fucking eaten his lunch. But he appears to be installing a new attic vent. A rather large one, too. The ballsy move. I don't know how efficient those things are at keeping rainwater out under high winds. I would imagine the way they're designed, that they have some sort of a flapper inside it. But for that to really let that air out of that house, it needs to be unobstructed airflow. And these storms down here, they can blow some pretty good lateral water. Wind-driven rain not necessarily falling straight down. It looks like just a vent, rugged, an outside vent. I heard men talking out there, guys, and I couldn't figure out what it was. There's somebody on Patchy's roof over there. And I look over there, he's pulling shingles up, and then he took a cordless sawzall and cut a big hole. I guess they're putting a attic vent in, or... Oh, that's what it was. Yep, you're right. Mrs. Pirate's so smart. They built an outdoor kitchen, and the grill was under the back porch. Their house is like horseshoe shaped, with the pool like in the center. And he said when he would cook steaks and hamburgers, the smoke would get so bad. He's like, make your eyes water. And if they opened up the door to the kitchen, it would fill the whole house with smoke and set all the smoke alarms off. So it looks like he's running a vent. And I'll bet you he had to take drywall down and everything to do that, because the hood would be on the first floor by the pool, and that's got that ductwork had to go all the way up, first floor, second floor, and then through the attic, 2.5 floors. If anybody could do it, he can though. He's the kind of crazy fucker that would cut down drywall that's not even 2 years old. Is that one? Oh, you're right. Mrs. Pirate's right. That's only the single story. Yeah, they got a mother-in-law quarters or a bump out. You're right. That's only 1 story high. So, yep. Yeah, rugged. So it's pretty cool. Next time I'm over there, I'll take a picture of it. He's pretty talented, but he built a whole countertop with everything you'd expect for an outdoor kitchen. And so you can stand right there and cook and be central to the party. But it's, like I said, it's under the roof. Even the outdoor portion of it has like an overhang or a portico or whatever you want to call it, porch roof. But the door to the kitchen was right there. And he said all that smoke would just build up under there in that outdoor space, that horseshoe. He's like, it got to be a little bit oppressive right there, like if he had a flash fire or something. He said, but the worst part was if somebody opened the kitchen door while he was cooking, the house would, because of a vacuum type setup and the sea breeze coming in from the Gulf, it would fill the entire house with smoke and set off all the smoke alarms. And so yeah, I guess like I said, this is one of those things where you go, fuck, he's up there cutting a hole in his roof. And that's a man that's not afraid to take action. That's all I'm going to say. I couldn't figure out what they were doing. I'm like, he's got a guy up there with a cat's paw. They're ripping shingles loose, and he's got architectural shingles. And I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? That roof's not very old. I thought, you can't have a leak. No fucking way. I should have known better. I don't know if you were here when I posted a picture of him up on the roof at Rugged. It's in the Discord general. Give you an idea of the height. Yeah, I forgot. The front of that house is 2 stories and then the attic. And then they have like a cathedral ceiling in the great room. And then the back portion of the house that's next to on the water side are 2 bump outs. And those are only like single story. And I don't think there's any way you can make it happen fast enough, Rugged, if you try to pressurize the house to counteract. I mean, there's pretty good sea breeze. They call it a sea breeze here. The wind comes because of the delta or the difference in the temperature between the Gulf water and the land mass. It's always I don't know the science behind it, but there's some sort of laws of thermal convection at play or something. But the winds are predominantly from the south in. if anything, maybe southwesterly, and that's like 90% of the time. Yeah. Sandy said the roofer's got his butt crack hanging out. She told Jesse, look at, he's like, I don't want to see his butt crack. But yeah, rugged, that wind coming in off of the Gulf is going to be, it would overwhelm anything. Even if you turned like your whole house fan on, like if you were having an event or cooking out and you just wanted to turn your AC on to where the fan ran, even if, you know, you can do fan only mode, I don't think it would create enough of a pressure system in that house to keep that smoke from coming in. What he's doing right here is a baller move. I mean, he doing it the right way. He went and bought a hood like you'd put in a kitchen, and then he did the obviously the flue or the chimney up, and he's going up. Now again, he had to cut some drywall out because I think that's a bedroom there. That's a mother-in-law quarters bedroom. So he had to cut her wall open so he could run the ductwork at least up. But it might be a function too, where because he's on that outdoor kitchen's under that porch, he might have been able to go up through the porch and then into the attic space with a 45. Now that I think about it, that's probably what he did. It goes like this. Probably so it would spit the smoke out on this side of the ridge instead of the other side where the smoke wouldn't settle back down over the pool. But yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. It's not going to matter because with the wind coming as hard as it's going to blow it straight that way.
Once it's elevated, it's going to disappear.
Yeah.
I think the problem is this outdoor kitchen in the corner.
Yep. No. It's out towards the edge.
It's like right on the other side.
If Jesse, if it's that wall, if you can imagine that wall right there, over where the pineapple head is where his grill is.
Surprised he had smoke problems.
If you imagine right where Angie's sitting is where his grill is at, his kitchen door is where Mom's sitting. And when they would open the kitchen door, the smoke would blow in and it would set off every smoke alarm in the house.
I thought you were standing outside.
Well, he said it is a little bit because it's a horseshoe space. So he's like, the smoke did build up out there. He said he said one time he had a little flash fire where he burned a steak or something. He said it.
Don't get on our side. It's not
Maybe for aesthetics, make us look at it. I'll tell you one.
KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution. We're ready to fight.
One of the things we have, Jesse, is that what they call it, the Venturi effect or whatever it is, when not Venturi, but the funneling action of the winds going down between these houses. You know, that water comes in off the Gulf, Jesse. Excuse me, the wind comes in off the Gulf, and all that air has to either go up over the houses or between them. And I've stood out there before where it feels like there's a modest breeze right here, and when you go between these two houses, it's like a wind tunnel, and it's funneling all that air. Oh yeah, it's like having an air conditioner. Slams it hard enough to break the door jam.
Respect as our guide, caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win.
What's he want?
He's been pistol all day.
Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
My bunch just tore out of here like their asses was on fire. I guess they got a Spark delivery alert for $13 to pick up one item and deliver it 1 mile. Somebody needs au jus sauce mix, whatever the hell that is. I don't know. They're trying to make gravy, or I know what au jus is, but I didn't know. I guess you can buy. You normally a chef would make it out of the drippings, but for whatever reason, somebody here in our community needs a jar of au jus mix, and they're willing to pay $13 for somebody to bring it to them. And my crazy ass wife, is going to go do it. I swear she has lost her damn mind. She said they got a program running today that if you get $4 bonus for every delivery you make. If you do 50 deliveries in 14 days, they give you a $250 bonus. So she's on this shit like look, man, it's incredibly funny and it's really entertaining. So be patient with me if I go on and on about it and you're like, who gives a shit? Or it's just, you got to kind of look at it from my point of view. It's a little funny.
Talk about the instant.
I asked her what was the big motivation this week, and she said she wanted to make enough money to pay for the tires for the for the minivan.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
all right.
When you choose, man, choose well, man. A partner can either make you or break you, man. Oh, that's all I can tell you. Choose well.
No late.
I guess to be fair, I was probably a little jaded. My father wasn't exactly successful when it come to choosing the women in his life, and hence the stories of my step monster. And I've shared with you that I had no relationship with a mother from a very early age, like 4 years old. But so I may have been a little more selective in finding a mate that I thought maybe exhibited properties that I thought would be a good homemaker and a good mother. But I know that's the only thing that causes me to lose sleep at night is to think that both of my boys right now are hunting. They're at that age in their 20s where they start looking, always thinking about having who's going to make their life complete.
Right.
And Lord knows it can make you or break you. Uh-oh, I see Real Rugged. I see your light coming on, but I can't hear you, Real Rugged. I think my comms might be down. I'm going to drop out of this and come back and see what happens.
Not right now. Whack.
Yeah, it's working now.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you before. I could see your little green light flashing, but I couldn't hear anything. I don't know what. That's the second time this week my computer's done that.
Okay. Can happen.
I did it because I can, because I want to, because you said I couldn't. Now what are you gonna do? Ooh, yeah. I did it because I can, because I want to, because you said I couldn't. Now what are you gonna do? Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Because you said I couldn't. 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 Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Because you said I couldn't. 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 Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh.
I saw your post, Roger, where you said you get some water through your attic fan sometimes. I worked on a attic fan for my uncle. It was a small, modest home, 1-story brick, 2 bedrooms. But he had a ceiling fan in the center hallway, right, very close to the center of the house. It had a set of louvers on it. It was on a light switch, and when you turn that light switch on, those the fan would kick on, and the louvers would open up, and it would suck the air from the house straight up, and I guess it would push it into the attic. And of course, the attic had ducted or eaves. The eaves are all open to allow ventilation, through the attic. But when he would turn that whole house fan on, you could open the windows up in that house and the curtains would all blow. Every window, the curtains would blow. I mean, that's how much air it would suck through. I think it was I want to say it was 48, maybe 40 inches, 36 to 40 inches, 38 inches. And it ran off of a 110 motor, but it had a fan belt on it. So it was like a gear reduction. It had a AO, 1 horse or 2 horse electric 110 motor. And then it had a little pulley on that, and then the fan had a real big pulley. But it had just a regular automotive belt on it, because it spit the belt one time. I had to go up there and you had to loosen the motor up, and it was just a good old-fashioned fan belt. But he said that, of course, being Ohio is a pretty temperate climate, but he said that he had central air in the house, but he said it really cut down a lot on his power bill, because, for a bigger part of the year, he could use that, and it wasn't until the dog days of summer he had to turn on that expensive air conditioning. But why, if you said you have a whole, an attic fan and it's got water coming through it, that
Pretty
would trouble
rare.
me, because
Pretty rare.
that means you got a leak. That means you have to have a leak in your roof somewhere up above that. So it's coming through the roof, and then it just so happens to be dripping what, on your attic fan or something?
I think when we're having some real torrential, real, like, I don't know what they call those things,
Blowing rain.
a derecho or whatever. When you're getting that sideways rain, I think, it just comes in. I mean, there's just the little roof on top of the attic fan only extends out so far, So I don't know if there would. So even if you had like
So you have a powered fan that's actually going through your roof. No shit.
It basically comes on at a temperature threshold.
I got you. Yeah, that's cool. So it's dropping your attic temperature down, and that's reducing the temperature of the house.
Some people say they're not as effective. Depends who you talk to,
Yeah.
So some people say,
we used to, on the farm, they work, man. There's no doubt about it. It works because on our farm, we had a chicken coop, an old chicken coop, and it had the round ones. I don't know if you've ever seen those. They look like a globe, and they spin. They have a horizontal thing. They spin like a windmill, and they create a vacuum. So as opposed to just having an open vent and hoping the breeze will be captured by it. I don't know if you've ever seen them or not, but they look like they're a little bit bigger than maybe a bowling ball, and it's metal and it has slits cut in it, and it's on an axle, and it spins, and those suck the air from the attic up and out, and it did an amazing job on that hen house of keeping it a lot cooler. Of course, you had to have you had to have a breeze blowing or wind. But
I think
pulling all that hot air out of that attic, it helps.
I think what you have to be cautious of is depending on how well your attic is sealed. Like if you have canned lighting in your, like my house right now, I'm walking through it, canned lighting in the second level, anything like that, an attic fan can potentially pull a little bit more, can contribute a little bit more to leakage. If you already have leakage going on, the attic fan would exacerbate that.
We have people bitch from time to time in Florida and rentals about electric bills July and August. I tell them all the time, man, it costs a lot of money if the outdoor ambient temperature is in the 90s and you want it to be at 71, there's a price to be paid for that.
Yeah, there sure is. And
we had a tenant call up and complain it's not cold, air not working, air conditioning's not working. I send an air conditioning technician over. He sends me a picture on his cell phone where it's 69 degrees. 69 degrees inside that house on her thermostat, and she's bitching that it's not cool enough. He's like, what are you trying to do? Hang meat? You trying to turn this into a meat locker? There's a limit. There's a limit to what the engineering set up when the outside temperature is like, say, 89 to 92. You think you're going to be able to pull the inside of that house to where you can see your breath. But we've seen all sorts of them. It's either that bunch or the bunch it's like, there's something wrong with the air conditioning because our air conditioning bill was $400 this month.
No, not necessarily.
Standing there with the front door wide open while they're talking to their neighbor. And
don't do that.
They got it set at, like I said, they got it set at 69 or 70 degrees, and it's 91 outside.
It depends also too if you're at home all day. And you're not setting it, if you don't have a programmable thermostat.
Oh, absolutely.
And, if you're gone from 7 to 4 or something or whatever, okay, well, you don't need it to be 70 degrees also there all day, But if you're working from home, or or you're not working.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
Or your wife and kids are home while you're working.
Right.
I think all things being equal, we have pretty cheap electricity in the United States. I wish the government would do more to get it cheaper. I think they're still kind of ripping everybody off. I think for the amount of people who pay into it, I mean, which is everybody, nobody lives without electricity. And the amount of money that they're making, I mean, it's pretty incredible. And if there was ever going to be a business that maybe the government, I'm not, you know, I'm all for free enterprise and all that, but you could make a good argument that that's one of the things that you could nationalize is the power grid and just let the government take over the production and sale of electricity. But like anything else, most of the things the government does, they do poorly. But you think, I'm not talking about business-wise or for commercial application, but just to say every homeowner has the opportunity to buy electricity from the government for, you know, whatever the cost is to produce it. Doesn't have to be a profit motive in it, you know, any of that shit. And I would think that you could do a lot for the country. But you can imagine how it could be, it could turn into a nightmare too, I guess. But I wouldn't necessarily advocate for giving electricity away for free, like telling everybody they can just, you know, you get to, if you own a house, you get it for, or whatever. Everybody is entitled to free electricity, sign up for it. But I think you could make an argument that if you had one that had some guardrails on it that made sure that people were being provided with electricity as absolutely as cheaply as they could. It's one of those things where it's almost like water. I would argue that
right. I was just going to say water.
You can't exist in the modern world without electricity.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say water. The water treatment facilities are, you know, those are typically government. Yep. I mean, I don't know of any private water treatment facilities unless something within your own home or something.
Yeah. Well, that's essentially what a septic tank is. But other than that, you're right. It's always going to be a community or township that owns it. But that's the difference between the United States and third world countries. I mean, you go and look. One of my favorite ways of killing time is I go do those. They have these little walking tours through the Thailand and the Philippines and lots of, you know, Malaysia, lots of places that are third world countries. And it's just a guy with a GoPro walking around. There's no commentary. There's no nothing. I really enjoy those a lot. But one of the things you recognize is the abysmal hygiene. I mean, open sewers, and I've seen it in the Middle East when I was over there. I mean, it's, you know, people shit on the side of the roads.
Oh, sure.
But that's the thing that, you know, people fail to realize that when people want to beat up on America or talk shit about our country is that, you know, we, for the most part, we've got our shit together as far as, like I said, sewer systems and running water, and most of the time, 90% of the time, hot running water, and then of course electricity. And you travel around the world, and you'll find that some of those things that we take for granted in the United States are just non-existent elsewhere.
Yeah. I actually pay my electric bill. I annualize it so that my higher bills in the summer are equal.
It's like dollar cost averaging. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just more consistent. I just don't know if it's
They offer that all over the place. I think they call it even billing.
Yeah.
So you pay more. Yeah. Instead of you paying through the nose when you're a heavy user and then going through periods, they kind of even your bill out based on your peaks and valleys. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But I think that's one of the ways that they use to hide people, to help hide how much people are really spending for power.
Yeah, I'd say that's.
Yeah, I'm saying if you realize that through those months, like I call it the free months, the months where I don't have to run my air conditioning in my house or my heater, my fucking electric bill drops down to almost nothing. I mean, what, a couple refrigerators, some washer and dryer time, lighting, that shit doesn't use any power. You got to, so when that air conditioner kicks on or your furnace kicks on, that's when your dollars start flowing out of your pocket. Mm-hmm. And when they do that billing averages and spread it out over the year, it helps you. It's a tremendous tool for you planning your family finances. But what it does is it hides what you're really spending during those peak times, which are the only times.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had some heated arguments up at deer camp with that 1,000 acres that we used to lease because we all paid for the propane. And there was a constant argument of, does it use more propane, liquid propane? Was it more efficient to go in and light the pilot light and then turn or even if the pilot light was left on, turn the hot water heater up to 180 degrees. Wait 10 or 15 minutes for it to make a tank of hot water, take your shower, let anybody else go take a shower at 1 and 2, and then when you're done, turn it back off or turn it down to 20 degrees so that the only thing running is the pilot light. Or are you better to let it run at, say, a 90-degree tank water and just leave it go? And my argument was the bounce has to count for something. Because if you're taking well water from 20 degrees, or not 20, let's just say water freezes at 32. Let's just say it was a cold day. Let's say that water's 40 degrees or 45 degrees coming out of that well. You got to take water from 45 degrees to like 90 for shower water. That's a 50-degree bump. And that's going to take a lot more British thermal units to overcome that than if the water's already at, 75 or 80. And so that was my point, is they're shutting it off. So I guess, and then the argument got even more complicated because then it became an issue of, well, how long between showers? If I'm going to take a shower and not take another one for 3 days, then you could argue that you could shut the hot water heater off and then relight it again. But if I'm going to take a shower every single day at sunset when I go to bed, then you shutting that water off and letting it go cold overnight just means I got to reheat that whole 35 gallons again. And we tried to track it, but we couldn't get a big enough sample size to decide who won the argument.
Mm-hmm.
And the truth of the matter is, it probably wasn't that much of a difference either way. But you get a bunch of old men together arguing, they'll argue about anything. And that was one of the things but I was convinced that common sense says if you're up there and you're hunting for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday and you're leaving, then shut the hot water heater off and go home. Because nobody's going to be there for a week. So there's no need to make hot water for a week. So that, that was common sensical. My whole point was when we were up there through the Indiana, you hunt the rut, if you know anything about deer hunting, and that's when the deer are mating and they're making babies. That happened there's a window of about 30 days that happens. More specifically, there's about a 2-week window where it's hot as a firecracker. So the guys who were really dedicated hunters, they would stay for almost the whole month. I would stay almost 2 days. I'd stay December and January and never leave camp. So if you're there for, 2 months, turning the hot water heater isn't an option off. And those guys would get into these arguments about, we agreed that when we're done taking a shower, we'll turn it off to save, I'm like, well, dude, we got to make hot water to wash the dishes. You got to make hot water to take showers. And we're here every day. How much do you think you're saving by turning off the pilot light and not keeping that water already hot. But those old fuckers, man, they believed it. In the end, we just kind of reached an agreement where everybody just did whatever the fuck they wanted. If you believe that it saves gas, then when you're up here, do it your way. But when I'm here, I'm going to do it my way. I'm not going to go out of my way to waste propane, but I'm not going to do stupid shit to save 50 cents a week in propane.
Right. Mhm.
We had a well there. We paid the guy to come in and drill 600 foot deep to get fresh water. But what was cool about it was he put in a steel casing, the well, they call it well pipe. The well pipe that went down, ours was, I think 4 inches in diameter, ID, that's the inside. And what was cool about it was the pump lowered down inside it. So you had this real heavy electric wire hooked to it, and then you lowered it down inside the well. And it had the way it worked was it pressurized it. It was pretty cool how the whole thing was set up, as opposed to having a well up on top of the ground and having everything airtight and all that.
That's good.
It's kind of crazy because you're running electricity down into a well. So I imagine the Underwriters Laboratories had a field day with those guys when they gave them approval to sell that product. But yeah, the pump itself looked like a torpedo. I don't know. It was fucking, I'm going to say 24 inches, 36 inches long, and 3.5 inches in diameter because it had to slide down in that pipe.
Ugh.
But we didn't have to go all the way down to 600 feet. We drilled down 600 feet, but once it hit water, it pressurized back up to like 400. But we still had to put like 400 foot of wire on it to run that pump down in that well. But it was kind of cool. We had fresh water, and then of course we had electricity. So it was kind of one of those things where we had all the amenities of home. We had a shack burned down, and when it burned down, the wires popped loose to the well, and the only thing holding it was the copper. And I remember we were pulling it up out of there when we built the new cabin, so we could reattach the plumbing and the wiring and all that. And everybody was real nervous that the wire was going to break because that pump was expensive, and if the wire broke, it fell down to the bottom of that well. There was no way to get it. We just had to buy a new one. We were all really relieved when we were pulling up on that cable. Of course, it was only burnt at the top. Once you got it so far up out of the well, you got the good wire. But that was a big win for us. We had you talk about people who lose their mind or become imbalanced. We had somebody set fire to one of our cabins and burned it to the ground. It's just one of those things, man, where you never prove who did it. We didn't have a security camera up, so we never caught them. But we came rolling in there one day to get ready to hunt for the year, and one of the cabins, well, at that time, it was the only cabin we had. It was an old one, kind of raggedy, but it served its purpose. It burned plumb to the ground. And I was just a guest member at the time. I was like, what the hell happened here? They're like, yeah, we kicked out one of the members, and we think he came back and burned the place down because he was pissed off. No shit, man. No shit. That's exactly how it went. And I was like, well, can you prove it? They're like, nah, but we're pretty sure who it was. I'm like, well, what the fuck, man? They're like, yeah, he won't be back. He made his point. But I was a guest member at the time, and then they had an opportunity for me to become a full member, and I did. And then the 8 of us pulled together, and we built a real nice modern cabin. And to the best of my knowledge, I stayed in that club for 10 years. I stayed there 12 years. But it's been over 10 since I quit. But to the last I heard, the place is still there. It's one of those things where you build something like out on somebody else's land, you're kind of donating free shit to them.
Yeah.
Well, and we knew that, when we built on it, we knew, hey, when we leave here, and we'll leave all this shit behind. Most of us were there, one guy was an electrician, I was a heavy equipment dude, But another guy was a master carpenter, and he was able to get us some hardware and some lumber really on the cheap. So when it was all over and done, I think we ended up, everybody threw like $1,000 or $2,000 a piece in a hat. And I think we had $16,000 to start with, and everything else we got for free. But like I said, I threw my $2,000 in, and I provided the heavy equipment and trucks at no cost to them. But so it wasn't a bad value. I mean, it's, you hate to have something like that come to an end and leave and look back over your shoulder and go, I built all this shit for this guy for free. But I got to enjoy it for 10 years for $2,000.
You say carpenter? Was his name Brian?
No, he's not.
No.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, now what?
See the tits slide in.
Oh yeah.
Senator Dick Durbin is going to retire after 44 years in Congress. That prick Democrat. It should be against the law to spend 44 years sucking at the government tit. 44 fucking years. Incredible. They won't let you work in a surgical room, a doctor. They won't let you fly airplane. There's not a single thing you can do that you can do for 44 fucking years. And they let these pricks get away with this shit. And we're never going to get term limits. This country needs term limits so bad, and it's never going to fucking happen.
Wow.
That's what Yucca needs to do. We need to run Yucca for public office, man. We can get him. We can get him on something in California, Senate seat. Maybe a Senate seat might be a little ambitious. At least get him a House of Representatives spot.
Yeah, he can make his own vote for Yucca t-shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he actually started a campaign. It's an adult film. It's a candidate for public orifice, and I think he's doing pretty good with that.
That's right.
Logan, they said they're signing Jesse off for commercial tomorrow to go take his test.
Mm-hmm. GameStop back over 27.
That's my youngest. He's gonna make a fine lawyer. He's wicked smart. I don't know how you can go wrong having a lawyer in the family.
And a pilot.
I'll be able to get out of some kind of trouble.
You got a getaway pilot.
Yeah. We tease him all the time. We call him American Made. Have you seen that movie with Tom Cruise about the, it's loosely based on the true story of the guy that ran cocaine for the CIA?
I've heard of it.
I don't know if you haven't seen it. If you haven't seen it, you need to add it to your list. It's called American Made. It's good stuff, man. Tom Cruise plays the lead role. Hey, Jesse, what's the nickname they have for those bales of cocaine they find floating out there to fishermen? Oh, he said they call them square groupers. All these guys that do the offshore fishing. I've seen some pictures of some marijuana or cocaine floating up on the beach, and And I showed it to my son, and I'd never heard that before. He's like, yeah, Dad, they call those the square grouper.
Yeah, the square grouper can be code or we they do. They call us something.
Y'all get your $13?
Couldn't figure out the thing. They couldn't figure out the checkout. Then said the app changed.
You giving her a check ride yet, Jesse? She got her check ride for sparking.
Dude, but she's gonna do a pickup. There was a good pickup. There was a good pickup that came through, but she was in there. So I don't know. Technical difficulties, so I didn't feel confident in my ability to.
I told you this, I've never done this, always said.
26 killed in a terrorist attack in
It was a
India.
good one.
Jesse, Pakistan and India is getting ready to go to war with each other. Yeah, but they're spiraling up now, man. I think it's coming. It's like a pimple getting ready to pop.
Well, we've
Yeah, I know.
like it.
Bobbleheads going at it.
Yeah.
Bunch of fucking brown people.
They killed 26 of them at some sort of a festival today, like sort of like that event that happened with Israel, that rock concert that tripped off all this shit with Hamas. Something happened today, and it's all over the news. I seen it on X, but I wasn't sure if it was real or not. But now they're showing footage. It's pretty ugly. It says India suspends the 1960 Indus Waters Treaty. They've closed the borders to Pakistan. Pakistani nationals have to India has closed to travel. And then I heard that India had asked all Pakistani citizens to leave the country. It's getting fucking bad.
No shit.
Yeah. They've, like my son just said, they've hated each other fucking since Christ was a corporal. But they've normally kind of like, well, again, it was like the Hamas and the Palestinians and the Jews. They'll go through these periods where they kind of leave each other alone. And then it spools up and it's full on fucking kill everybody all the time. Yeah, Terry says India has ordered all Pakistani nationals living in India to leave the country within 48 hours. Yeah.
I don't know, did you look to see if you were driving? Or was that just one of the
I don't know. That's like
So who do we like, Jesse, between India and Pakistan? We got to go with India, right? India all day long. The Pakis, man. Ain't that what they call them, Pakis? The Pakis are the bad guys.
Again, it's a border dispute that goes back to British India.
Yeah.
They drew fucking lines with a survey creed on cultural.
Well, sure. Anytime you send the British East India Company in there, or the Aramco oils, and we go over there with our surveyors and start drawing county maps, and then they've got tribal boundaries that have been there since Christ.
Yeah. We drew up that country. We said, yeah, we're free to take this land. It's India.
Yeah.
It was the land we drew that, and it's like.
And neither one of them recognized the line.
Indians in an area of India, and there's Indians in an area of Pakistanis. There's a disputed border. They have instant where they're beating each
It's
other.
just like Hamas and Palestine and the Golan Heights and the West Bank and all that shit. Same shit. Sandy, I hear your birds chirping out there. So those other birds have hatched and left, and now the new families are fighting over who gets to hatch the next.
Go back to redraw the border.
I think they just let them fight it out and let the winner keep it. Conquest is how it's done, man.
Yeah, so they use.
Do I need to get up there and clean those nests out, you think? Bring a ladder back here and clean the bird poop out for them, like we did last year? How many items? That's not bad.
One, two, constant. 18 hours.
What was the dollar?
21.
That's a good one.
Fair one.
Yeah.
You can do one up here. Okay.
You want me to drive you, honey? I'll drive you. Okay.
If I see one come through, it's good.
I offered to go with them, Rugged. They won't let me go because I'm gonna make them cut me in on the profits. Get them, girl. Get that money. Oh, God damn it. Tickles me, thank. How many items? 18 items, 1 mile, 2.1 miles, $21. Making money around here. I told you, man, my life is like a circus.
It's what we all tune in for.
I'd be at social events, man. I'd be telling stories, and people, I could read it on their faces. They're like, "This motherfucker's lying. He's full of shit. He's so fucking." And it's like, no, it's true. Every fucking word. Thanks for giving us a place to hang out, GrayLeaf. We are always grateful, and we are in your debt. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Gray.
Slams Zelensky over Crimea comments. I haven't heard the comments, but I know that Trump seemed to think that they had a deal. He hammered out yet another offer from Putin, and I think he was trying to get J.D. Vance to sell it again. And I don't know how much more Putin offered to give than last time or what have you, but somebody seemed to think that it was a pretty fair deal, that they should all just stop the killing, or at least stop the killing and talk about it. But Zelensky's got this whole thing. It's like, it's amazing to me how the guy who's getting his teeth kicked in is the guy that refuses to have a ceasefire. It's usually the other way around. I know why they don't want it to stop, though. The money stops, man. The giant fucking money machine stops. And for the most part, it's already stopped. But just because America's not paying doesn't mean the rest of them are. All that European shit of treating America like we were the traitors and we left them hanging, left them out there with their dick swinging in the wind, and it's all bullshit. It's just about fucking money. It's same as the World Health Organization and all that shit. It's for the world, but America pays 90% of the bill. As soon as we say we're not doing it anymore, then all of a sudden everybody's like, "Oh, well, we'll pay more." I'm like, well, why didn't you pay more before? You know, it's like, if being a dick is the only way we can make other people pay their fair share, then fuck it. We'll just have to be a dick.
Scams, man.
Yeah.
Big
It's like the guy who always picks up the fucking tab at the dinner when everybody goes out to eat. After a while, people start to expect it, and you're like, fuck you, somebody else take a turn, you know?
Yeah,
or how about, here's a novel idea, let's all just pay our own fucking bills. So you got Israel going at it with Hamas in Gaza. And by default, you know Iran's behind that. And anybody that doesn't know that Hamas is in an arm of, not completely controlled, but wholly owned subsidiary with Iran. And then now you got Pakistan going at it with that whole bunch. They're not gonna be happy until that whole part of the world is on fire.
Yeah.
The Ukrainians
Unfortunately, it's always
against
been that way.
Ukrainians and Russia, Hamas against the Israelites or Israelis, the Jews, and now, like I said, Pakistan against India. There's going to be more people fighting over there than people at peace.
Over nothing.
Yep, it looks like a giant push. It's like there's this giant black hole of violence that's trying to suck the world into a third world war. Mrs. Pirate, she's not here, so I can talk gloom and doom shit because she gets all pissy with me. She's like, you need to stop talking about it. It's not going to happen. But I'm like, and then she's all like, you're just being melodramatic. That's never going to happen. I'm like, you need to study your history. And she's not, and that's not her fault. She just doesn't know. But that's how world wars start. Archduke Ferdinand or whatever his fucking name was, got a single guy with a pistol, shot him in a fucking convertible car. The car he missed his opportunity to kill him the first time, and the driver of the car realized he missed his turn and turned around and went back, and it gave the assassin a second chance. It was like destined. The world was destined for World War I, and he killed that motherfucker in that car, and the next thing you know, we have trench warfare and mustard gas in Germany, Kaiser Wilhelm. And then you go on and look, and then from there on, so when my wife's like, yeah, it'll never happen, I'm like, do you realize we've had world wars start over far less shit than all of this? And it's like there's this, like I said, it's like being sucked into a black hole where there's an inescapable gravity that's pulling the whole world towards a fucking war.
Yeah, there is a darkness that's built into that side of the world, it seems. Fighting over stuff that doesn't matter. Can't prove.
You know what they're fighting over, man? Real estate. Whenever I hear people talk about real estate bubbles, I ask myself, do you realize how many fucking wars have been fought over acreage?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's about, because the acreage is what contains the resources.
That's what it's
all. It's been that way since the fucking caveman time, biblical times. It's going to be that way 1,000 years after we're gone. People will still be slaughtering each other over the resources, and that's the reason. Whoever owns the land controls the resources.
So that's how you know I had a good week. If nobody died, it's just one of those things. You should take my side, and on a positive note.
Well, I'm going to hang out with these guys in Discord, but she's getting ready to shut the stream down. So thank you, everyone, for hanging out today and making me smile. I appreciate the good company, and I guess I'll see you when I see you, either in Discord this evening or Papa Mac's channel tomorrow. Thanks for the laughs.
That's all, folks.
In the clown show of the market where the trading candles glow, we gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are...
Audio, what do you make of us being pinned at $3? What's so significant about $3 fucking dollars?
Well, my opinion would be it's a channel that they can't they can't afford to push it down anymore, and they can't really afford to let it go up anymore. I think it's just got. Somebody used the term the other day, a wet blanket. I think it was Bam Audio. Give him credit for that, but it's like there's just been a wet blanket thrown over it, and they don't know what to do with it, and so they just put an algo on it that just kind of keeps it to sleep.
So it's the old story of if it goes up, people's going to FOMO in because they think it's game on. And all of the lookers, people who've been standingly, passively by, just a casual observer. So if it goes from $3 to $6, that's 100% gain. That's going to trigger FOMO, and then that FOMO leads to the MOAS. Or if they take it from $3 to like $1.50 or $1, then people are like, well, fuck it. It's practically free now. I didn't really want any more. I didn't really want any more, but goddamn, they're giving it away now. So then you get the YOLO crowd. That this shit's probably done, but if it's not, I'm not saying that's what I think. I'm just saying that's what their mental attitude would be like. Well, fuck it. This thing is either done or this is their last gasp. So I'm going to YOLO in another $1,000 for 1,000 shares. So you think maybe they've identified that this is that kind of that max pain for them, this is the one price that they can stay at right now where, you don't get a lot of buying or selling. There may be some truth to that. I just thought, why $3? Seems like such an odd stopping place, $3.
Yeah, I think it costs them too much to try to short it at this point. There's not a whole lot of room between $3 and $0, but I think they're just scared as hell. It's been pretty quiet, about AMC for a while, except for our crew and all that, but it's nothing like it was in 21. There was so much uproar in the entire United States about it that it just,
if anything,
they
couldn't focus on GameStop and that's it. They just look at GameStop, and even that's kind of muted here lately. Everything is concentric. Everything is concentric to Ryan Cohen.
Yeah, and then when Katie popped his head up, and that always causes everybody to.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, there's no denying that. When he posts, it does have an effect. But from what I don't think he's posted anything recently, has he? I don't follow the whole Roaring Kitty, deep fucking value. All that is somebody who keeps up with that and the whole emoji thing and all that. Maybe they can let us know. But I don't know that any of that's had a flurry of activity here lately.
No, it's been pretty quiet. I think there were some expectations with the whole Christmas box, and he put that meme out that had something to do with a cartoon with the dog on the sidewalk that kind of just sat there, and seasons and seasons and seasons went by, kind of a thing. And
that was what troubled me so much about the whole emoji decoder ring super secret code timeline. They kept moving the dates around on it, and then each time one hypothesis or